Okay, psych. Sorry. I guess it's not a day, unless I can start off with some sound issues. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome back. Another day of the Karen Reed trial. And we're just looking to get something started here at some point. Waiting to hear what this case is that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. I've heard a lot of evidence so far that Colin Albert was definitely home by 12:10. Everybody knows that for sure, but not so sure yet that Karen Reed ever hit John O'Keefe with her car. And that's where we're at. So we're going to start off today with a little bit of cross-examination of Caitlyn Albert, the oldest child of Brian and Nicole. And well, first we're going to hear from Judge Cannoni about whether she's going to allow this in photographs of Caitlyn Albert and Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter that we heard from way earlier in the trial. And basically, trying to undermine Katie McLaughlin's characterization of her relationship with Caitlyn as just someone I knew in high school. I knew someone in high school named Caitlyn Albert, when in fact, you're hanging out just a couple of years ago. And the one that really stuck out to me, the day trips, we've just taken day trips to the beach. Well, they went up to Maine, and maybe they did that in a day. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I mean, I've done 4-hour road trip, day trips before in my life. Walla Walla to Seattle is about a 4-hour drive. And so, yeah, there have been times where you got a conference to go to or something like that. And you get up extremely early in the morning, you drive over, you do your thing, you get home, and it's a long day, but it's definitely doable in a day. But I don't know that I'd be going to those lengths just for some kind of outing with my friends. I mean, wouldn't you stay overnight? You're going up to Maine, you're going to go hang out somewhere. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been there. I hear it's quite beautiful. It sounds kind of like my kind of place. One of these days, I definitely would like to go check it out. But, that's really what the defense is trying to accomplish here is to show the distancing that we've seen in so many ways, the distancing themselves from the events of that night, distancing themselves from the people involved, distancing themselves from that Ford Edge. Remember how Nicole Albert got called out because she just referred to my husband's work vehicle, and everybody else's car got make and model specifically identified, but not that one. So we'll see what she's going to allow. The argument from the Commonwealth was, well, you're not impeaching this witness, you're impeaching another witness. It's not Caitlyn Albert who has said anything inconsistent. It's Katie McLaughlin who you're trying to impeach through the testimony of Caitlyn Albert. They think that's improper for some reason. It's really not, unless it's a collateral issue. And a witness's bias is typically pretty central to the case. So we're going to see what Judge Bev decides on all that. And then we'll get back into the testimony. And so far, from my perspective, I got to say these Albert kids, they've been some of the strongest witnesses the Commonwealth has put on so far. Definitely, way better than the grown-ups that we've seen. They are much more likable. Brian Albert Jr., very likable guy, I thought, very agreeable, wasn't so combative with the defense all the time. Caitlyn has a little more steel to her, she's quite a bit more confident. Brian was obviously quite nervous, Brian Jr. Caitlyn has a lot more confidence, a lot more self-assurance. Doesn't come off negatively to me, like she doesn't come across as snappy or rude or anything like that. But she's conveying confidence, and we're going to have to see if the defense is able to come up with something that will rattle that. So I do have something for you guys this morning that we're going to be talking about just throughout the course as we take the breaks and stuff like that, because I've been asked to look into Judge Cannoni's appeal record. How does she do on appeal when her cases go up? And so I've got some information about that, and I found some things as well in that were kind of interesting. A little, how peculiar to see this in these decisions. So I got to qualify this a little bit first before we start, because the only thing I was able to really find a way to search are published decisions. And published decisions in any court are the minority of the decisions that they issue. And so what that means is that pretty much every state, as far as I know, they have a system where just sort of the routine mill decisions that come through that aren't significant in any way, don't add to the body of the law. They're just they're using well-established legal principles. These cases, they just tend to be decided, and those decisions are not published, and they don't have precedential value. Part of that, I think, is just because they don't want to be on record for every single factual scenario that comes in front of the court, so that people like me, defense lawyers or whoever, can come through and try to parse through all of these unpublished decisions and say, well, my situation is just like this one, it's just like this other one, and try to nitpick all that stuff through the facts, instead of just sticking with the broad, here's what the law is, and here's why I think it should apply in my situation. So those decisions, then those mill decisions, they don't get published. They just kind of get issued, and you might have some places where you can find those decisions, like in Washington. Our appellate reporter will publish unpublished decisions, like you can find them and read them, the slip opinions, but they don't have precedential value. Massachusetts, those unpublished opinions, I've found them a little bit harder to find. So I haven't looked through any of those. I've looked through the published opinions that I was able to locate. And so that means, like I said, that they're cases that involve something kind of legally significant. They aren't just your run-of-the-mill cases. So it's important to bear that in mind as we talk about her record, because it's not a sample of like everything that she decides. It really is tailored to the hard ones, the complex ones, the ones that require a little bit more careful reading of the law, parsing of complicated issues, and things like that. So with that said, what I was able to find 11 published decisions. And of those, she's got about an even record, guys. She got reversed 5 times and she's been affirmed 6. So statistically, does that mean if Karen Reed appeals, are we lined up? Gotta get a little back and forth. We're gonna get a reversal here. Obviously not necessarily. But that is not necessarily a great record. It's not necessarily a great record. It's not an awful thing for judges to get reversed. I mean, it does. It just happens, and people have different judgments about certain things, and they can just be overruled by the higher power. That happens. They can also be kind of rushed sometimes if there's something that's really complicated, like I got to decide this case based on a statutory interpretation issue. I got to decide what "or" means in the context of this particular provision of a statute. That can be enormously time consuming, not just because you have to specifically parse this language and map it out and think, okay, well, how do these clauses relate to each other? And how does that type of stuff work? You got to look up the rules for how are courts supposed to interpret language in this way. But also because a lot of times that's not clear. That's the whole reason why you have a legal dispute like that in the first place. It's ambiguous. And so in those situations, a lot of times you got to go digging into legislative history. So you got to go find the Senate reports, the House reports, the just bill analysis that's been done, the testimony that was given, the committee reports. I mean, all of this stuff to try to get a sense of what was the legislature trying to accomplish here. And these are also the types of decisions that are most likely to end up in a published opinion at the appellate level, because it's something novel, and they want that to be precedential so that the trial courts don't have to try to go through this whole process over and over and over again. They can have that decision that's been made at the appellate level and just rely on that. So, these things do happen. It's not the end of the world if a judge gets reversed. It's not, it's not really even that unexpected. Like, I'm not sure there are that many trial judges who have never been reversed on appeal. But that said, if roughly half of the time, your decisions are getting overturned, that's not necessarily awesome. And I don't want to draw too many inferences about what that means. I'm not going to say like, oh, that means she has terrible legal judgment. Oh, that means, she's sloppy with her decision making. Like, no, it just means she's made the wrong call quite a few times. And there are some details in some of these decisions that I think can give us a little insight, perhaps, into how she operates and why that is. So I'm going to start by just giving you sort of a broad overview of what some of these decisions are. There's a few civil ones, a few criminal ones. There's a couple that are involuntary, like sex predator commitment things. Most states have some kind of provision now where it's like a variant on civil commitment. We heard about sectioning of Karen Reed. This is civil commitment when someone has a mental illness that makes them dangerous. You can go through a civil process that basically requires them to be treated. Sometimes that means in a hospital. Sometimes that means you can be supervised out in the community. But basically, you're not voluntarily, dealing with your own mental illness, and that's creating a risk. And so the state is going to intervene and take care of that. Sexually dangerous people is a variant on that, where typically you've got someone who's been convicted of some violent, it's usually violent sex crimes. And for one reason or another, it's typically going to be the same, you've got a mental disorder type of situation that renders you especially dangerous. Like, we can't just release you into the community once you serve your sentence. So we're going to go through a commitment process that's going to confine you, require you to go through treatment until, we're satisfied that you've reached the point that you're no longer a danger to the community. So there's some of those cases, and then, of course, some criminal cases as well. So the first one I found, In Re EC, 2018 case. This was a situation where a criminal charge had been filed. The defendant is found to be incompetent. He's out, mentally out of it. He's not capable of assisting with his own defense. So he's committed to the psychiatric hospital. He's not basically able to be fixed, able to be cured, rendered competent in the time frame. So the hospital moves to extend it. Well, in the meantime, the guy moves to dismiss his case, and that's granted. So the hospital then immediately tries to convert their petition into a civil commitment. All right, we're getting started here. So,
all right.
Let me bring it up.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed,
And we'll get back to
22117. Counsel?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning,
Good
Your Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. So, Ms. Tianetti, I just wanted to tell you that after reviewing my notes of the testimony of Katie McLaughlin, my view hasn't changed, but I will give you a little bit of leeway with this witness.
Okay. I would like to define the parameters by changing.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, the jurors
A
are on their
little
way over. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay?
Your Honor, there is one other thing that we need to put on the.
All right, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come up here at sidebar and we'll do this.
So we're doing a sidebar already. Well, Wonder what we got. More of this stuff, more phone records, maybe the Snapchat stuff. Could it be the Snapchat stuff? My ears definitely perked up when I heard testimony about people messaging on Snapchat. A lot of people, I remember when it first came out, when Snapchat first came out, it was a big selling point. Oh, it's they're going to vanish. You're never going to be able to recover those messages. So you can kind of say what you want and they'll disappear into the ether and, won't be able to track them down. Well, that of course is not true. Probably has never been true, but it's certainly not the case. Those things are recoverable. So looks like that didn't take very long and that they're bringing the jury in. I don't blame Mr. Yannetti for wanting to know the parameters because you're going to be just caught out then in front of the jury, looking like you're doing something wrong if you exceed the judge's expectations and now suddenly she's sustaining objections. Well, you didn't tell me what leeway means. But I think the reality is it just means Mr. Yannetti is going to have to pick out the best ones. What's the biggest point he wants to make? We already know it seems to be the main hot tub thing and the baby shower, possibly the college roommates, the one that was from, I think he said 2021, which is, yes, that's pretty recent. Or maybe they just already brought the jury in and they're dealing with it at sidebar. Yeah, I'm guessing. So yeah, I don't know. I never got real into Snapchat. Not my thing. I think it was, I'm, not the right generation for that particular medium. I found it very, it's like, how do you find people? It's hard to find people. I don't know. I'm not someone who likes to go around in real life, like talking about what I'm doing on social media. That's not my generation either. So
Good morning, jurors. I did not expect
asking
to
people for their
have you
Snapchat.
have us not be ready, but I do appreciate your patience with us. I do have those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or sure. All right, can we bring Ms. Albert back in, please?
Just spilled my coffee all over my notes because it's 6 a.m.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and carry in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You take a seat.
Good morning.
Great blouse. I really like that blouse.
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to a discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yesterday, I asked you a 4-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not, she's a friend.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right. Your response was that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right.
Yes.
So you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014?
Yes.
It is now 2024?
Yes.
Your contact with Katie McLaughlin has been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued at least until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between. But
Is that
throughout the
because-
years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You would agree with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year period?
Right.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah.
Seen her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
It would mean that we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, again, we have mutual friends. So I would not be surprised if I went somewhere and she happened to be there as well.
Room, you probably invited
and
her.
It would have been a surprise to you that she showed up at whatever place you were at in those 3 years? Is that your testimony?
No, it would not have been a surprise to me.
You would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at the same place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
Isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
do you know that? Yes. Go ahead and answer. Yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked.
Just show us.
Sorry, I was just going to identify it as S for identification for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done? May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Oh, she's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
Dan.
Not going to let her
And
impeach
With
Katie.
regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events, you would agree with me that it wasn't just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips with her, correct?
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Ms. Giannetti, not just
Sure.
10 years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A smile, a little
You
smile.
were in a hot tub with Katie McLaughlin in Maine, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think she's handling this pretty well by not being super defensive about it. She's just acknowledging, you know, what's out there. And you kind of diffuse it a little bit, I think, when you take that approach. It's the fighting it, the resisting it that makes it seem like maybe more of a big deal than it is. But there's not really anything inconsistent with saying, yeah, I know her. You know, we're not necessarily real close friends. But yeah, we've been at all these places together. We've done these things together. I've been in photographs with her. I think she's coming off on this a lot better than Katie McLaughlin did. That's for sure. And so now I'm wondering if we have run out of Mr. Yanetti's leeway.
You'd mentioned that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away.
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away.
No.
Right? And it wasn't a half hour.
No,
All right. It was more than 2 hours, correct?
maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend
Yep.
with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many times have the 2 of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Ms.
You
Giannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the 2 of you only go to one particular beach?
No,
No, you've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. If I showed you a photograph of the 2 of you on a beach together in bikinis, would that refresh your memory?
Objection.
Ms. Giannetti, you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. If I may approach.
Yes.
Again, I'm showing you S for identification, one particular photo in S. If you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
That particular photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you.
Miss Giannetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to that photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in
So,
this,
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there? Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Who are your college roommates?
I'm
Objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Who were your college roommates?
Yeah, it's sustained.
There was no objection.
How many college roommates
there?
did you have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fair to say that Katie McLaughlin has been with you and your college roommates.
Yes.
When was that?
2015, 2016.
And there were 2 college roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and 2 of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your 2 college roommates and 1 other person, correct?
Objection.
Need a time frame or something, Ms. Giannetti?
Or that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your 2 college roommates, and 1 other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
I'm not sure this is really going all that well for Mr. Yannetti because she's being too agreeable. And so there's not really any point for him to be so aggressive. He looks like he's, over-egging the pudding a little bit when it comes to the confrontation. It's not necessary. She is not the kind of witness who's fighting back. So I don't know that he's necessarily coming off all that well in this exchange. In fact, it's one of the things that I have liked very much about Mr. Jackson's style is that he is able to be, or at least come off as just a lot more congenial. He asks hard questions, but he's not necessarily coming off as super aggressive with them. He's able to have a give and take with the witness, even though he's challenging the witness very hard. It's more friendly. It's more amiable. And I personally find that very effective. I've always liked that kind of approach myself. I think you just come off better for the jury if you come out like swinging for the fences with every single witness. The jury starts to lose sight of who deserves that treatment and who doesn't. They start to see you as kind of the common denominator in this, mean energy that is out there in the courtroom. So I always found it more effective to just be selective with that kind of treatment. Like, I am going to save that for somebody that is really dislikable or somebody who is really obviously lying, and everybody knows it, and you need to make that point. With somebody who's willing to give you what you want, you don't need to do that. So she is giving him what he wants. She's giving the answers he's looking for. She's not fighting him. Just kind of looks a little bit like he's throwing shots here that don't need to be thrown. Karen in the tan today. Don't hate it, but it's not her best look. It's just so it makes her fade into the background. Maybe that's what she wants today, and maybe that's a good thing. But I kind of like her with a little bit more of the drama, those blue pinstripes we had yesterday that really stand out.
All right, Coach.
Yes.
I didn't see that I've got
I'm showing you another photo from S for identification, ma'am. Look at that and look up at me when you're done. Who's in that photo?
Myself, two of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes.
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly like all the other times? You had no idea she was going to be there?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, that it's sustained in that.
Thank you, Honor. Did
Seems
you
that's not
expect,
evidence.
by the way, whose kitchen is that?
It was the college house that I lived in.
So your kitchen.
The house we were renting, yes.
You lived in that kitchen.
Yes.
And Katie McLaughlin's in your kitchen. Correct?
Yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The two mutual friends that I lived with.
Okay. Certainly you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You guys were teammates on the track or cross country team back in high school, correct?
I don't recall that, actually. We could have been. I'm not sure.
I may approach?
Yes.
Once again, place S for identification before you, ma'am. If you look at the first page and then the second page, I may approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those 2 pages, does that refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that relationship continued in terms of your contact with her all the way up through 2021, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification as full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You should put those back up with the clerk, Ms. Giannetti.
Now, you testified that you knew Brian Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road, your parents' home, on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins drove to get there?
I did not.
You did not see where he parked his vehicle.
I did not.
At some point, you saw him inside the home, correct?
Yes.
And he made it into the kitchen and dining room area where you were, correct?
Yes.
You agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
Inside the family room?
I'm talking from that whole night. When you're at 34 Fairview,
Mm-hmm.
how much time lapsed between the time you first saw Brian Higgins and Brian Higgins left the residence?
I can't say for sure. If I had to estimate, I'd say an hour and a half.
Okay. And so your testimony before this jury is for that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision?
Not that I can remember.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
But he came a couple hours
It
early to
wasn't
go
really
get
something
her.
we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest, and then drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton? That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about, and then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton, Easton to Canton, Canton to Easton? Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time you've ever said that, just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Almost 2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time is when Tristan picked me up, a little bit after that, but I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do.
It was
Yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good
Yeah, you
roads,
have to go on an
correct?
interstate.
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45 a.m., did you bring Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
Okay. On January 29th of 2022, you were there at your parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45, yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming,
Correct.
nothing smashing into anything else,
Correct.
no revving of tires,
Correct.
no noises outside,
Correct.
nothing attracted your attention.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Ms. Tierney.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you left 34 Fairview at 1:45, which door did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, could I have exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that be
Sure.
displayed? Do you recognize exhibit 66 as being a depiction of your house?
Yes.
The front door to your home, there are actually two of them, correct?
Yes.
And when you say the front door, you're referring to the door that's lit up in that photo?
Yes.
You can take that off the screen. I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Reflective.
Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you? I did not.
You saw nothing unusual on that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
As you face the house, that driveway is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway is to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris parked?
I don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
In any case, you walked to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the Jeep that you had at that time?
Yes.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, you would agree with me there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side
Yes.
because you had been drinking that night, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
Correct.
So Tristan Morris backed his or your Jeep out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Which would mean that the car was now facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean that
She's gotten so
your
dark.
Jeep,
She is
being
so
driven by
flushed.
Tristan, would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
Correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, at this point, you would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that when Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
I'm gonna have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
I like that stuff about circling the lawn.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, turning attention back to yesterday, you were asking questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the two kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the two kids, and that was it.
Well, how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
Had you ever met Michael Proctor prior to the day that he came in, or that he conducted an interview with you?
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And about how many people were on your track team?
Over 30, maybe. About 30.
Now, when you were at the house at 54 Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area, for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time are we talking?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
That exact photo? I don't believe so.
Do you know whether or not that was even a photo, or would you be surprised if that was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question is, did you happen to notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the front door and lights on near the garage? Do you recall that?
I did notice that, yes.
Recall whether or not those lights were on or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. Yeah, I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asked some questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was driving, and then backing out of the driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection.
Form the question differently, Mr. Mullin.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point. And then my direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left, speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Now, so when you exit the door, you come onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes,
And brick steps are covered in snow at that point?
yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel like boots on, something of that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes,
And then you're walking over to your car and getting in the passenger side, correct?
yes.
And at any point in time, at any point in time in any of the sequence, have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the platform?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that correct?
Yes,
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
yes,
So you're looking at him but away from the front lawn as you're driving away, correct?
yes.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified that the one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with your aunt Julie Albert, correct?
Yes,
And you just testified that that was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
that was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No,
2 or 3 years ago, to right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
yes,
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2021, correct?
correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, you are all set, Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
Mr.
I'm not
Lally,
buying
who is
this.
your next witness?
I didn't see nothing.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
Now, Tristan, I'm definitely not going to believe if he didn't see anything because you're backing out. Your headlights are going to sweep across the entire front lawn. You're driving in the snow. You are staring out that windshield. You are going to be paying attention to what's in front of you. I am not going to buy that Tristan Morris saw nothing on the lawn unless there was nothing on the lawn.
Watch a step right there.
Yep. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take this.
Okay, whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Tristan Morris, Morris, Morris.
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton,
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlyn Albert.
And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlyn Albert?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this. Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlyn, out?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about what time?
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice. Okay.
Okay.
You indicated you went out and met them. Who is them?
My girlfriend, Caitlyn, and that's all I remember.
And do you recall where it was that you went?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlyn had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall if anyone else was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlyn?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of their parents were there?
I don't remember.
You don't
You're
remember
familiar
if
with
parents
the
were
parents,
there?
though? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with the family, correct?
Yes, I am.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that what if any relationships you have with the company that you do any sort of plowing or shoveling for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those, residence, houses, anything, businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out?
So we were waiting for the snow. I just had to be on call for 3 to 4 in the morning, just have my phone on standby and be ready to go. Just how it always is.
And so when you left, or when you went to the waterfall in Canton, at that time, was it snowing?
I don't believe so.
And when you left the waterfall to go home, why did you went home to rest? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I needed to sleep. Yes.
And when you left the waterfall to go home to Easton to get some rest or to get some sleep, was it snowing at that point?
I don't remember.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacted?
Can you repeat the question, please?
After you went home to rest or get some sleep, well, first of all, were you able to get any sleep?
Barely.
And while you were home in Easton, who, if anyone, was reaching out to
Yes, my girlfriend.
you? And so your girlfriend, Caitlyn, was it calling, texting? How was she reaching out to the call?
I believe both.
And about what point in the evening did you start to get calls or texts from her?
I don't remember.
And at some point, based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
Can you elaborate?
At some point, did you leave Easton and go back to camp?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any recollection of when that was over the course of the evening or the early morning?
No, I don't remember a time.
And in relation to when you got, let me ask you this, as far as the calls and the texts that you received from your girlfriend, Caitlyn, was that one or two, or were they repetitive?
There was a couple different texts, yeah.
And over the course of about how long a period of time? Was it all within a couple minutes or half hour, hours?
I don't recall.
And after receiving those, you went to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And where did you go?
34 Fairview Road.
Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, I am.
And familiar with it because at some point during the time that Caitlyn were dating before you moved in together, she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And about how long a drive is that from where you live in Easton to 34 Fairview Road?
21 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And do you recall what vehicle you were driving on that occasion?
I do. I was driving a white Jeep Cherokee.
And whose white Jeep Cherokee is that?
Caitlyn's.
And did you have a vehicle at that time?
I did.
What kind of vehicle did you
I believe it was a Ford Fusion,
Fairly older Ford Fusion.
2012, yes.
And so why was it that you took the girlfriend Cherokee versus your older Ford Fusion?
It drives way better in the snow.
And so when you left your apartment in Easton to drive to 34 Fairview in Canton, was it snowing at that point?
It was.
Can you
Hold
recall?
hold on one second. Ms. Giannetti? Can you? Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So when you were driving from Easton to Canton, it was snowing. Do you recall how much snow had come down at that point?
I don't recall.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the snow that was on the ground in relation to how you drove from Easton to Canton?
I was very cautious. I was 10 and 2 the whole time.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether you parked on the street or the driveway or?
No, I don't know.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you communicate to Caitlyn?
I just told her I was here.
Was that through a text or a call? If you know?
Text, it would be.
You pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her, you're correct?
Yes,
And at some point, she comes out of the house, is that correct?
correct.
Did you ever get out of the car or go up to the house or go inside the house or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And how much time was it between the time that you texted her that you were here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
Was it a long time or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
And when she comes out, do you recall sort of where within the front of the house she came out?
No, I don't remember.
You're familiar with 34 Fairview though, correct?
I am.
There's a couple different doors on the front of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't recall specifically which door she came out of?
No, I do not.
And when she came out, she came over to the car, correct?
Correct.
She gets in, what part of the car did she get in?
The passenger,
Front seat passenger?
front seat passenger.
And at some point, you're leaving from 34 Fairview and you're going back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
Was there any sort of delay or any sort of long period of time that you were in the car in front of the house after Caitlyn gets in the car?
No,
So essentially, she gets in and you pull away.
correct.
And when you pull away from the house, where do you recall which direction you went into to go back?
I went up Fairview Road.
And so up Fairview Road would be sort of heading towards Chapman Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would the house? The driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
Yeah.
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
And what I'm asking is when you're driving away.
Away, yes, the passenger side would be facing her house.
And as you were coming there, would it be the driver's side or your side that was facing the house? If you recall which way you came.
I don't recall.
But as you were leaving the house, Caitlyn's side or the passenger side would be facing the house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the snow that's coming down as you're driving away, what, if anything, did you have to do with regard, or what, if anything, did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes,
Did you have windshield wipers on?
correct.
So the snow was coming down at least at a pace that you had the windshield wipers on, correct?
Yes,
And during that drive, specifically on Fairview Road, but at any points during your drive to Fairview and from Fairview, do you recall anything as far as how the roads were they treated? Did you see plows out, anything like that?
I don't recall.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That was super helpful for the Commonwealth, wasn't it?
Now, as far as when Caitlyn gets into your car, how would you describe her demeanor?
Normal as always.
Nothing out of the ordinary that you observed?
Absolutely not.
She gets in the car, it's fair to say
Absolutely
you guys
not.
haven't seen each other for a couple hours, you start talking.
Correct.
And so when you're talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
It's correct.
And was she facing you while you were talking to her as you were
Yes.
pulling away? Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ron. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've been dating Caitlyn Albert for 7 to 8 years now?
Correct.
The two of you now live together?
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Yes.
How long have you lived together for?
3 years.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton,
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
She was living there with her parents at the time?
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert?
Yes.
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
Correct.
You've met all of Caitlyn's siblings as well?
Correct.
You've spent time at their house?
Yes.
You've spent holidays with them?
Yes.
And you've been over there on weekends, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years, you've been with the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
Yes.
Since John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabes, correct?
Yes.
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlyn, correct?
That is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family, correct?
Yes.
That includes the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the McCabes.
Yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
No, I don't.
I showed you a photograph from that night. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Can I approach Ron?
Yes.
Who's in the photo?
I placed a photograph before you. Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
It does.
Are you, by the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court's permission.
Okay, go ahead and count. And after you count, let's mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
12. 12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
12, including myself.
Z for identification. Thank you.
You would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did all of the Alberts and McCabes clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustained.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon.
Yes.
Who's Kevin Reardon?
My girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually the son of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes.
And you've met him as well, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the date that that photograph was posted to social media?
No, I don't.
I showed you Z for identification again. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And I'll take it back from you. You've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Having reviewed Z for identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
Yes,
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
you just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's June 5th, it was dated.
Of 2022?
Yeah,
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you and the Alberts and the McCabe's celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
no,
Thank you.
Yes. You've never testified before any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlyn at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you
like
couldn't say if that's true or false?
Check your text messages.
No,
on
because
your
I'm not
phone?
making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well, you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, could have been earlier. I don't know a time.
Right, but it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
You don't know? That's not a good
Okay.
answer.
What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
It was at night, okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
Okay. Leaving aside what time it was, or strike that.
Not good. Yeah,
Will
Can't be
you
reasonable.
testify
then you don't have
that
credibility.
you were at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th after midnight?
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up. Yes.
You do. You've testified to that, right? Today.
Yes.
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34 Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up. So yes, I did.
You did. Okay.
You know for sure you
Was
didn't
there
just
any
stop in the middle of the road? You
other
remember
than
that?
the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No,
So it had to be the driveway, right?
must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlyn, correct?
Yes.
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No,
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlyn to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlyn and take her back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
Wow.
When was that? I don't.
Week
That was
ago.
1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
Correct.
This case had already started.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
But he's
So-
on the witness list?
It wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes.
I'll let it stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now, from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlyn and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron. I withdraw that comment. But the plan changed, correct?
Yes.
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlyn, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
Did anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
How did Caitlyn contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlyn now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
That meant despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes,
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlyn despite the changing plans, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes,
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlyn to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes,
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning. At that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right. And there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass, so no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah,
And the answer to that question is?
no.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that
Absolutely
driveway,
not.
you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic
No,
or even one piece?
no,
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
no, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlyn got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes,
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So it should be
Okay.
Fairview.
If I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay. And the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
towards that way, yes.
Okay. So the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes,
That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle past really the entire length of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
yes,
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlyn's side of the car, correct?
yes,
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
yes.
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about: the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there would have been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
No further questions. Thank you, Ron.
Hey, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly on.
Headlights sweeping all the way across that lawn and you saw nothing.
Do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regard to this?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you received from Caitlyn, was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to Buff?
Can you repeat that?
From your discussions with Caitlyn, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
Allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with it.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes,
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
I
Objection.
want to get snowed in.
I'll allow
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night, you were cautious and your hands were attentive to, is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
You would still see it. We're not idiots.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You would
next
still
witness
see
is
it. It's
smiling.
right there.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Sarah Levenson to the stand.
So we're going to go through all the people who left and didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn.
All this way, just watch your step on. Remain standing, face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear to execute the court and during the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Just need you to scoot up and pull down that microphone, talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Malley.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sarah Levenson, Levinson.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
Yes,
What do you do for it?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how old he was turning for his birthday?
23.
And how long or how did you know Brian Albert Jr. at that time?
We met in high school. He's the grade below me. So I would say now it's been about 10 years, so about 8.
She remembers how old he was turning, but Chris
And,
Albert didn't.
that his house, as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
Yes.
Plenty of times, is that?
Yes.
And on that particular evening, how was it that you came to be there? How did you get there?
My friend Julie's father drove us.
And your friend Julie, is that Julie Nagel?
Correct.
And yourself and Julie Nagel, how long have you known each other?
Middle school, so a little bit longer than how long I've known Brian for.
And you and Miss Nagel, were you in the same grade together?
Yes.
And so her father drives you from your house, picks you up at some point, and brings you over to 34th Fairview.
Correct.
Do you know about what time it was that you arrived at 34th Fairview?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
And when you arrive, who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview?
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Julie Albert.
And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister. And then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
And when you arrived there, so at some point did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and sister leave the house?
Correct.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And did you have any idea where they were going?
No.
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
In the kitchen area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the kitchen and the dining room, are those sort of the same thing, is that correct?
Correct.
And the family room that you're talking about, well, let me ask you this, sort of, with respect to 34 Fairview, there are basically two front doors. Correct?
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house.
Thank you, Judge Bev, finally.
One last question in regard to that. So the family room that you're talking about, where is that in relation to the kitchen?
If you're looking at the house, it's to the right.
Now, what is it that, at some point in time, did other people join you and Julie and Brian Jr. at the house?
Between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And who was it that came over between 8 and 9?
Courtney Alba, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us, if you would, please.
So Courtney Alba, A-L-B-A. Catherine Duty, it's Kathryn Emily Fabiano, the last name Fabiano, I believe it might be one B. And then Mary Kent, Kent.
Thank you.
And with respect to Ms. Alba, Ms. Duty, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Kent, how did you know them?
I knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
So she was more friends with your friend than you had sort of a mutual friend, is that correct?
Correct.
Have to get that in.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were
Like a
in
name
the
report.
family room area. Where else did you go within the house?
Just the family room, the kitchen / dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
And so I'm clear as far as what I'm asking. When I'm saying you sort of in plural. So you, in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that the group of you went at any point?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine. I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
Can I ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please? Thank
Sorry.
And about how long a period were they upstairs in the family?
No more than 5-10 minutes.
And so what was it that the group of you were doing at the house over the course of this evening?
So we were celebrating Brian's birthday. They had gotten calzones. We were eating and then we were drinking.
And in general terms, if you recall, what was the group sort of drinking that night?
Like spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other people, but around that type of stuff.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
Fair to say that whatever people had, it was sort of commensurate with each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking, was there like music going or anything like that?
Yes, music.
And if you recall, like sort of how was the music being played?
Through a Bluetooth speaker.
And over the course of the evening, in addition to the people that you've just mentioned, at some point did somebody else come by the house?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school. So it's kind of like, we weren't friends, I wouldn't say, me and Colin, but we were cordial.
So he's a younger brother of somebody that you went to school with?
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Albert Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. Not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and he was there when Miss Judy, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, right?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there, as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all like that?
2 to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss Judy, and Miss Kent left?
Miss Alba left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up, and then Miss Kent, Miss Judy, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women, as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Judy?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, from your recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within the house over the course of those few hours?
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating. No issues.
No issues with anybody that was there?
No.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the 29th, who, if anyone else, came to you?
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlyn Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me sort of break it down and ask you a bit like this. So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew, were coming from New York. They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer.
Killed in the line of duty.
And
got to get that one in.
Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of staggered fashion, or how did they?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that evening?
No.
And when Mr. Albert being Sr. and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being in the same room at the same time on that?
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlyn.
Correct.
And did you know both of them prior to the evening of the 28th?
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlyn, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Caitlyn, correct?
Correct.
And same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlyn came?
I don't remember.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McKay, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
I knew who they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had any occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to, as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe's was there?
I don't remember.
You recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point?
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when the other people arrived from wherever they were?
No.
And do you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
You know who he got a ride from?
Objection.
Do you know?
No.
Next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, we'll refer to them as the older adults, is that a fair portrayal of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Or than the rest of the people that were there earlier?
God, he's so
Correct.
terrible with these questions.
So that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
So all in that same sort of area.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group, either before or after, go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area?
No.
Now, with respect to the sort of mood and demeanor after these other folks come by, do you know about what time it was that those people started coming back in from wherever they were coming?
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike of midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that you were at the house on Fairview?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some points, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after midnight. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlyn, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so after those folks came back to the house sometime after midnight, did you observe any other people walking or coming into the house at any point?
No.
Let me ask you this, as far as on January 28th into the 29th of 2022, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, your friend Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regard to?
Her older brother, Ryan, was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him. Prior to him arriving, she said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said.
Question. And so in relation to when folks arrived back from wherever they were coming from to 34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming to you guys?
Around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Yes.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long a period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that night?
Yes.
And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Now, Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house and came back in, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury sort of what was it that was behind you as far as where was you?
So where I was sitting, behind me was a wall. And then behind that wall would be the family room.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of a plug, or how was it positioned?
I think it was just resting on the floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm not sure, to be exact.
Let me ask you this, was it once or more than once or something?
More than once, I would say.
And without any reference to anything that was said, was there some conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the times that she would come over and check or look at the phone?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came in the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Ms. Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large, all I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe, like a big car.
So like a bigger SUV, correct?
Yes.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing that?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the front walkway to the driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked, and I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
And why were you looking down at your feet?
She just said.
I wore shoes that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction, but they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I knew if I had slipped and fell, she would say, "I told you so." So I made sure not to do that.
This is the most excited she's been throughout her whole testimony, talking about her shoes and her mom being right.
When you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes. So Matt was driving. Jennifer was in the passenger seat. Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side, and then I was behind Jen.
And when you get into the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? No.
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to or what was the address or something like that.
Yes, correct.
You recall if that was something that was like plugged into GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions about where?
I don't remember.
And do you recall, as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nagel,
Yes,
and who got dropped off?
Julie.
And about how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's and 5 minutes or so from Julie's.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So, yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. We said something to Jen because we thought it was weird. And she said something along the lines of, oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way, like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
And so Ms. McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point.
Yes,
So she sort of turned to talk to you while you're in the back seat.
correct.
And was she turned towards the center of the car or the window or something?
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway.
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards Ms. Nagel's house, do you recall which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So,
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
okay.
So at some point, did you drive past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house?
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody else?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversations with
Myself and Julie.
that? And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Rowland.
As you're driving past the house, what, if any, conversation were you having with them?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to see Council at sidebar on this one issue.
What if any
Sure, feel free to
conversation,
stand up.
going for hearsay? Oh, we about at the morning break yet? So I don't know why the Commonwealth here is busy calling these witnesses to prove that nobody saw John O'Keefe on the front lawn. Does that seem helpful? Doesn't seem helpful. These should all be defense witnesses. I don't know why they're doing that. Under the Commonwealth's theory, you would expect a bunch of people to see him out on the front lawn, but of course that's not consistent with not finding him until 6:30, 6-ish the following morning. So we have these explanations that nobody saw him because of bread and because I was just so focused on my boyfriend, who I had just seen a couple of hours earlier, that we had already been together like 5 years. So nobody could see out the windshield what is in front of them on the lawn. I mean, that's what has to stick for the Commonwealth's theory to work. They have to have a great explanation for why none of these people saw him, because if they had, obviously they would have called the first responders, right? And John maybe would not have died in the cold hours later.
Ms. Levenson, without respect to what Ms. Nagel said to you in the car, the two of you were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past the house, she says something to you, correct? Or says something out loud?
Not farther up the street.
And so when you're talking about farther up the street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when she says so?
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 34 Fairview? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No.
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
One of the neighboring houses, yes.
Julie saw
Whether it was next door
something.
neighbor, a couple houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further clarification?
No.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
So Julie saw something on the lawn, said something out loud, and nobody did anything. And Julie was the one who'd been outside when this car had been, this SUV, the dark SUV was seen moving around over by the fire hydrant.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess. See folks are looking to meet.
It is a
All
good
right, so
time
please.
for our morning recess.
You are muted.
Thank you.
Well, guys, this whole morning, there has been all of one thing I've been able to think this entire time. And if I have to have it in my head, you guys have to have it in your head too. So, yep. Oh no, where's my sound?
That's right. I fill your driveways with ice and snow. What are you gonna do
Old
about
man
it?
winter.
Nothing. That's what. Stop.
Mr.
Mr. Plow!
You lousy season. All right, I'm going. My head hurts. I have to lie down for a while.
Yay!
Hello, I'm Mr. Plow. Are you tired of having your hands cut off by snow blowers and the inevitable heart attacks that come with shoveling snow?
Uh-huh.
Then call Klondike 53226. Call now and receive a free t-shirt. He could still surprise you.
But I'm a real tightwad. Can I afford this remarkable system?
Absolutely. My prices are so low, you'll think I've suffered brain damage.
You are fully bonded and licensed by the city, aren't you, Mr. Plow?
Shut up, boy. So remember, call Mr. Plow. That's my name. That name again is Mr. Plow.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for sharing that little moment with me. That's all I could have in my head. I realize that's probably kind of sad, but the whole time that guy was testifying. That name again is Mr. Plow. Oh man, he started off a lot better than he finished, didn't he? Yeah. Well, you know, shaping to be another snoozer kind of a day here. Just more of the Commonwealth, not really proving a case, not convincing me that something happened here that we really need to be aware of. So just odd. The odd strategy continues. Before we broke, I was telling you guys about Judge Cannoni's appeal record. So I want to go ahead and go back to that. And on rethinking this, I'm not going to go through all of these cases, right? Because there are a few of them. I was telling you about the one where it was a guy being evaluated for competency. He's committed, then his charge gets dismissed. The hospital tries to convert this to a civil commitment, a sectioning like Karen Reed went through. Judge Cannoni denied that and ordered the guy released, and that got reversed. So that was just the first one I found where she got reversed. And the main reason I found it interesting is because it's a situation where she had ruled in favor of the defense, right? And then that gets overturned by the higher court. Doesn't necessarily, mean anything. It's just that I tend to look for that type of pattern to get a feel for not just the trial court and how they rule, but also the appellate courts. How sympathetic are they, if you can really tell a pattern to defense arguments versus prosecution arguments, because you can just sometimes get a feel for you get reversed more often if you rule for the defense, you get reversed more often if you rule for the state. So I just thought that was an interesting situation where she had ruled for the defense, but got overturned by that on appeal. So the one that I really want to point out that was how intriguing is a 2023 case. Okay, just last year, this case was decided, Commonwealth versus Tavares. This is a capital murder case, and it involved third-party culprit stuff. And so what happened is this guy goes and he hires an attorney for like a $5,000 flat fee, right? Which is terrible. Don't ever do that. You get what you pay for. And somebody who tells you, I'm going to run your capital case for $5,000, they're not going to work on it, is going to be the problem. They got too many incentives to do other things that are going to actually make them money. So coincidentally or not, I don't know. The day before trial, the Commonwealth discloses to the defense a proffer agreement from a confidential informant who has told them somebody else did this crime. This was basically a drug dealer that had gotten shot. And so the Commonwealth was alleging this guy Tavares did it. This confidential informant has given a proffer now in just another unrelated case that no, it was somebody else who did it. The attorney doesn't follow up on this. The attorney doesn't interview the guy. The attorney doesn't call him as a witness, even though the court had specifically ordered him to be there, required him to be present. But they just basically didn't do any follow-up at all. And so in that particular case, Judge Cannoni had ruled that was ineffective assistance of the trial attorney. The guy is entitled to a new trial because this evidence would have been extremely pertinent to a third-party culprit defense. That decision was affirmed. I mean, it's not like she doesn't know this stuff, not like she's not open to this stuff, I guess, under the right circumstances and the right cases. It's a situation where the defense is arguing mistaken identity. Somebody else did it. I got some evidence that somebody else did it, and ineffective assistance to not go down that road. Which, incidentally, I'll point out, this is the most common way that fuck ups get handled in court, because, of course, Commonwealth didn't hand this over until the day before trial. Okay, a little bit late to be investigating this type of thing, but nevertheless, the burden of that is going to be borne by the defendant. You Commonwealth gave me this stuff late, but we're not going to say it was the Commonwealth's late discovery that caused the problem. It was the trial attorney who didn't do their job. In this particular case, I don't think that's a particularly bad conclusion, but nevertheless, it's just one of the slings and arrows that you bear in the role of defense counsel is that you often get blamed for pretty much everything that goes wrong. The second decision that I saw that jumped out at me was one from 2019. This was a Court of Appeals decision, Commonwealth versus Salmons. What had happened here, a guy is charged with a sort of what from my perspective is kind of a routine domestic violence type of incident. Sounds like they had a big fight, assaulted her multiple times, physically strangled her, things like that. So it's a fairly bad domestic violence incident, but it doesn't appear to be like rape or anything like that, beatings. So he goes through his case, and what had happened is his telephone had been illegally seized. And so he's moved to suppress the phone. The judge grants that motion. None of the evidence from the phone can be used, whatever it is, basically. So he, I believe, ultimately ends up entering a plea deal, and he's going to sentencing. And at that time, he makes a motion to please return my phones. They're no longer needed for evidence. You don't have a valid basis to hold on to them. And so the Commonwealth resists this because they say, well, on these phones, there are intimate photographs and videos of the victim in the particular case, and don't really prove any direct risk or harm or anything like that. I mean, the guy is going off to prison. He's not going to be able to access his phone. No indication that he's like planning to, post revenge porn or anything like that. But the Commonwealth is just basically saying, we don't think we should give these phones back without wiping them of all of the data. Well, the defense, the guy is, I think understandably resisting that. He's like, no, there's a lot of stuff in the phone I need. We got my family photos, we got my contacts, we got, all of that type of thing. Most people have a lot of data like that in their phone. And Judge Cannoni overruled that and basically said, well, I feel like I have a responsibility towards victims in this case. So I am going to grant the motion and allow the phones to be wiped before they are returned to this person. And I'm mentioning this because it needs to be really clear. There was no evidence that these were illegal videos. There's no indication they were unconsensual videos. They're not contraband. They're not, something that's illegal to possess or to have. And so that ruling got reversed on appeal. And what stood out to me about that is this language that was in the decision where the Court of Appeals says, regrettably, the Commonwealth's motion was unsupported by any affidavit. The hearing on the motion was non-evidentiary, and the judge made no findings of fact. If this sounds a little bit familiar to you, it's because it sounds a lot to me like what just went down with this Turtle Boy hearing, where the judge just decides she's kind of got a responsibility to take care of these witnesses. They're not even victims here. The Alberts are not the victims, but didn't have any evidentiary hearing, didn't see any affidavits associated with this motion, nothing that would prove like why is there a risk for Turtle Boy to be in the courtroom? What sort of consequences that going to have? No evidentiary hearing, no affidavits, and the judge made no findings of fact. We didn't hear any findings of fact. There were really no findings of fact that she would be able to make on that because there wasn't any evidence in front of her. So I thought this was just remarkable because it doesn't seem to me like she learned from that. And that is even a little bit less of a problem situation just in terms of returning somebody's property than the First Amendment right of the public. At least with, property that's been seized as evidence, there's, a decent argument that police can retain that. They can do stuff with it. You're not necessarily entitled to get it back in the condition that you found it. But the First Amendment stuff, I mean, the law is so clear that if you're going to exclude a member of the public from the courtroom, it has to be based on some type of risk finding. And just in general, closure is very disfavored. You have to establish that there are no reasonable alternatives short of excluding this person that would be able to address whatever risk it is that you've identified. So there was nothing in front of her that would justify making that type of finding. She got reversed on it before, but she's still here kind of doing the same thing. So that to me is a little bit troubling, just because of what it implies a little bit, that she's maybe not going to worry so much about, she's not going to be thinking so much about what the legal standard is actually going to be if she gets challenged on appeal. Like, in other words, whether you're right or wrong doesn't necessarily seem to matter. It might just have a little bit more to do with, practically speaking, do I have the power to do this? And can I basically get what I want in a way that there's not going to be time for them to challenge it. These Alberts will have testified by the time, anybody's able to get up to a reviewing court to say, hey, on an emergency basis, this order is a problem. So, yeah, that was a little bit troubling to me when I read that. So anyway, that's kind of the takeaway about Judge Bev and her appellate record. Not a great one. Gets reversed about as often as she gets affirmed on these cases where there are significant issues that warrant the case being published. So I'm going to go ahead and the stream would be fantastic with sound. Thank you. Yes. Had a little mishap this morning. We're still figuring out how to try to get everything to operate smoothly. If you were with us yesterday, terrible audio problems. I am learning as I go still. And so one of the things that I have learned is that StreamYard prefers Google Chrome. I didn't know this. I never used Google Chrome. I had to download it while we're trying to watch the testimony yesterday so that I could get the audio feed from the court to actually go into the system, so you guys can hear it instead of playing through my speakers into my microphone. And the result is you can't hear anything. And what you can hear is echoing around in a tin can. So I'm still learning this stuff. This morning, what I'm doing is I'm running it in incognito mode because like I've mentioned before, I get a little bit of a lag sometimes on my video. Where you talk and your lips aren't lined up and everything, which annoys the hell out of me. I can't stand it. And so incognito mode is supposed to be one of the ways that fixes that. But it didn't like my microphone when I did that when I first started. So, yapping away with my introduction, nobody can hear me. So glad we got that fixed. Hopefully you're enjoying it a little bit better now. Jimmy hit the something. It looks like fish hooks. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you. Hit something, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the join, hit something. Don't hit your wife. Anything else but that. Unsung hero. I can fix her. I assume you're meaning Caitlyn Albert. Yeah, she was a cutie. Apparently high maintenance. I'm sure that's a clever answer. I do wonder if he's going to pay for that a little bit. But yeah, that was kind of an issue with that testimony, wasn't it? That he's going home so that he can get some sleep because he's got to wake up early to go plow at 3:00. And so we already heard from the other people, I think Nicole and Julie, that they're at the waterfall at 6. It's dinner time. And so Tristan's there. He's not hanging out very long. Takes him about half an hour to get home. So he's getting home at what, 7 p.m.? Well, if he's able to get directly to sleep, that means he's getting what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. He's getting 8 hours of sleep if he can go to bed right there at 7 o'clock. I'm going to have a hard time with that personally. Maybe not so much in winter because it's already dark by then. I'm one of those people that's very, very light sensitive with my my sleep patterns. So I would have, generally speaking, a hard time getting to sleep at 7, but might be possible during the winter. But the point is you don't want to be getting woken up repeatedly over that period because you're getting texts from your girlfriend. And yet we're hearing from him that, yeah, she's texting him multiple times throughout the course of the evening. That's not very considerate. I mean, unless there was something really important, something like an emergency, it's not a nice thing to do. Why would you be bugging him? You know that he needs his sleep. So I'm just left with, one of two possibilities. Something really important was going on that really necessitated all of this communication back and forth and hauling him out of bed to now come and pick you up and take you back home, with still an hour left before you're even supposed to wake up to go plow. Are you gonna go back to sleep and then get woken up at 3? I mean, it's just not a good scene for this guy. Or the other alternative, yeah, he says she's high maintenance. Well, frankly, that just sounds rude to me. Like, that is so inconsiderate. What a terrible girlfriend if she's just so, I don't care, about your sleep and your needs. I need to be texting you over stuff that isn't very important. So if you want to try to fix that, I mean, knock yourself out. I just call the red flags as I see them. False light. Andrea, with the results, I saw this and I highlighted it. With the results of the federal state investigation into the PD result in an overturn of a conviction or an appealable issue. Not on direct appeal, because it's not part of our trial record. It's not something that the judge is being asked to make rulings on. It's not evidence that's part of our record. It's something that is going on behind the scenes that might have some bearing on whether Karen Reed is factually innocent. But innocence isn't what they focus on appeal. Appeal is all about error. It's all about, did the judge make the right rulings or not? So not something she would be able to bring up in an appeal context. Now, in a post-conviction where we're talking about something like habeas corpus or a state equivalent, these are much broader processes. You can typically bring in evidence outside the record to show that there has been a manifest injustice in your trial, in your conviction, in your sentencing. And so that is a situation where this type of evidence, could potentially help her in the event that she is convicted and she needs to seek some kind of further relief. Say this investigation wraps up and more of the evidence, more of the information about what was going on with the cover-up, assuming there was one, that affected her case. She can then potentially get that information, submit that to the court, and there's a variety of contexts where that can be helpful. But typically the main one is, well, this is newly discovered evidence. I couldn't have accessed it at the time because there's an ongoing investigation. The feds are only going to release so much. Yeah, they release the couple thousand pages or whatever under the 2E process, but it doesn't mean they're going to release everything that they have in their files. So anything that they don't already have that's potentially helpful and could have been admitted, like new witness information, somebody later cuts a plea deal and recants their testimony, things like that. that can then be used to justify a post-conviction argument that, look, I'm entitled to a new trial because none of this stuff was available at the time, and it has a significant impact on my ability to present my case for my innocence. Bird, a super sticker. Thank you so much. I don't know how to see these. I'm sorry. I'm still so new. I'm not sure how to see the super sticker. So thank you. Thank you for sending it. And I'm sure that it is very super cool. Britt Cormier, has this whole family town been neuralized by MIB? They need to test the water in this area for things that hurt short-term memory. The amount of I don't remember is crazy. Well, I don't really mind the I don't remember so much as a general premise, but the problem is that Tristan Morris took it a little bit too far because he really damaged his own credibility by not being willing to agree with reasonable types of propositions. He was so definitive about, I am not going to give you any sort of time frames at all because I don't remember, that he wasn't even willing to say it didn't happen. You know, I didn't leave the waterfall at, 5 in the morning. I mean, we already know that you didn't because you were there at night. And so you have to be willing to at least acknowledge there was some kind of a range that night in which it happened, but he wouldn't even do that. So that's not a failure of memory. That's just a willful refusal to narrow down what you're willing to say and what you're not willing to say about what you do in fact remember. So in general, I don't remember isn't a problem. I don't expect people to remember everything. And especially for a lot of these people, there was nothing significant about this night at the time. You're not paying attention to who's at the bar. You're not paying attention to who's drinking what. You're not paying attention to what music is playing on the Bluetooth speaker in the family room. You're just going about your business because you don't know that these things that are going to turn out to be significant down the road, you don't know at the time that they are. So I expect a lot of lack of memory, but I don't expect people to be so resistant and so antagonistic to having the limits of their memory explored that they just simply refuse to cooperate at all. Did he do a couple of lines before testifying? Is that the sniffing? Nah, he didn't have that kind of demeanor to me. He was, I don't want to say low energy, but he wasn't hyped. Okay. He wasn't hyped up on the stand from really what I saw. I think that's probably just a nervous tick. People express their anxiety in different ways. Janice Mansbridge, I saw this roll through the chat, and so I pulled this up. I wonder if Andrea has ever had to prove corruption by the state in her cases. Her insights would be helpful. I'll tell you a story. Tell you a story. Oh, it sounds like they're coming back. So I'm going to save this, and I will tell you the story at the end when we get back. Let me pull it back up here. All right.
Thank you. Maybe see you close back.
All right, let's bring Ms. Levenson in, please. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Norm. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend?
Correct.
You've been to his house many times?
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well?
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they have in the backyard?
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement. And you know that there's, in that basement, a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlyn Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
Do you find him a little standoffish?
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So, again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Now, that night while you were at the house, you'll agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute,
Mhm.
but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes, correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
You never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. And with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it. They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right, and that's like an hour span of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlyn Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but yes.
And Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlyn Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time?
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nick, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother, Ryan Nick, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlyn Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlyn Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
I don't remember that.
There were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
She said a
I don't
Bluetooth
remember.
speaker in her
Your memory
direct.
is
She
not that
remembered
Caitlyn Albert had
a Bluetooth speaker.
Song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
Correct.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
She picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me it was noisy in the kitchen.
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house.
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe, I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sister.
He used what if anything?
Okay.
Why
You
is
were
that not
catching a ride
okay?
home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlyn Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlyn Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.?
That's correct.
But there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could still see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustain, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? That was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you not remember whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Page 187, counsel. May I approach?
Was there an objection? No? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry, I just handed it to you and then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done. I may approach to grab that.
Seeing the grass is important.
Having reviewed that
Well,
transcript, does
no
that
wonder
refresh
he's
your memory
nodding.
as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read,
Yes.
The question.
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
but I did read it accurately. right?
Correct.
It sort of mattered. Could you see the grass sort of on the lawn?
Where was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
I believe the Albert, by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And where were those two cars parked? Were there, strike that. Were there two lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars? Or maybe they were in both?
I believe both,
Both.
closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage?
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other?
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn,
No.
and there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the two garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
One piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the four of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right,
Yes.
behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we had previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by two female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
My home was.
Okay. Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those two females?
Okay, I'm going to see it, sidebar.
Don't know what's wrong with this. Yeah, I see Brittany Gibbs in the chat. If there was snow under his body, he was put there later. Oops, sorry. Things scroll a little fast for me sometimes. Yeah, that's the whole problem, right? There's barely any snow accumulated. It was not that cold before. Okay, people are out in just like light hoodies and in jeans and stuff like that. It takes a while for the ground to get cold enough for the snow to stick.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levenson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Ron.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Levenson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe.
That period of time that you were talking about where Miss McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming over to check on it, do you recall whether or not Colin Albert was still in the house at that point?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe he was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you are talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're,
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as, with respect to the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
when I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked in front of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And as far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home, but out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Ms. Lawrence.
Okay, thank you.
I would have
The
liked
next
an
witness,
answer.
Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
I would have liked an answer more along the lines of, I saw what was happening to the Alberts publicly and in the press and kind of how they were being treated, and I didn't want any part of that. That to me would make sense as an answer, but just I didn't want to say anything to the defense. That doesn't mean you look very good. You're just oppositional.
Just step for me. Thank you. Main stand, face the front. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Could you please
you
state your
doing?
name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you have?
I have 2 older brothers.
And what are their names and sort of how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother, Ryan, is 31. And then my other brother, Sam, is 27.
And do you work now?
I do. I work for a car rental agency,
How long have you been doing
a little over a year and a half.
that? Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior, yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert?
We went to school together, high school. So I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you? Or-
He was a year below me.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
Or Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you get?
Yes.
How did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to one?
My friend Sarah Levenson.
How long have you known Sarah Levenson?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct, yes.
And have you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday. Just to gather and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levenson and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the 3 of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah arrived?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after though?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levenson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Yep. Are they in the same grade or class as you and Ms. Levenson?
In Brian's class.
Class below you?
Correct, yep.
And so fair to say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levenson than the other 4 girls?
Correct, yes.
You mentioned, as far as those 4 individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned Colin, correct?
Mhm.
And how do you know?
So on the mhms, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Let me
Thank you.
ask the question. So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2020?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after, though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived?
Yes.
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie. Just hanging out, drinking. That was it.
Do you recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in like in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else's like phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlyn Albert.
And so prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about, sort of the initial was Caitlyn there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levenson, the other four young women that you were talking about, and Colin Albert, was Miss Caitlyn Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was
Okay.
in relation to that time, who, if anyone, was charged.
Okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
Now, with respect to, now, obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Do you recall sort of what people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws, beers, from what I can remember.
And was anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so, we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of initial group, did you see anybody go to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen, dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and you know who left first and about what time?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine, Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave at sort of staggered points?
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
Do you have any idea of sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that? I'm
not quite sure, no.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left?
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did, so.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door of the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back to the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that, but I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And who were the people that came?
Yeah, so it was Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlyn Albert, sorry.
Okay. And so when they came back, as far as the other four women that you were talking about, they had already left, is that correct?
Yes.
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came back?
He left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents?
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with them prior to January?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you?
They are his aunt and uncle.
And then with respect to Brian Higgins, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
You met the first time that night at the Fairview?
Correct, yes.
And when they came into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and sort of congregated around the house?
Yeah, we all were still in the same room in the family area. The floor plan, which was the kitchen and the dining room area. Yeah.
At any point in time, well, let me ask you this. They come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
About how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the evening?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point you went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say give or take like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so, between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he went upstairs, but.
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
Yeah, we were all sitting in the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Can you recall specifically, I know we're talking over 2 years ago, do you recall specifically where people were within that area around the table?
I don't know.
You recall where you were?
I was sitting in the corner, so I could see the island, the kitchen table, the front door and the windows, I guess. Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you'd already talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that second group, did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022, were you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen Reed?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:15 and 1:45?
No one else came in, no.
Now, do you recall who was sort of around you where you were at the table? Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levenson, Caitlyn. I can remember sitting at the table with me. Yeah.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me ask you this, what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yeah.
And did you have to give him an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Ryan Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about, how did you reach out to Ryan to get picked up? Are those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive, if you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted, oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside of the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, oh, just have your brother come in. So I went outside and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother is, right?
Yes,
And you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path and then down the driveway. And they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
Classic.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you got?
Ricky was driving his truck. Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well?
Yep.
Been in hot tubs
When you
together?
get to the truck,
On a
do
main?
you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it switched through an open window? Did you open the door? Or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fairview?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Right.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
I'm not following this timeline.
And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to you?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as arrangements for you coming home? Was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
You decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their offer.
Correct. Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levenson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky saw?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially to, or when you were looking out and when you came out, do you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or on the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
When you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
Nagel, I'm going to draw your attention to what's previously marked as Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is.
You gonna look at the grass again?
Okay.
So first, if you could just look at 71, 72, and 73.
The front of the house. The photos taken on some indeterminate date and time.
All set.
Generally, with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
Yeah, because we desperately need to see these again.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, sorry, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to Brother.
Yes. That one right there.
I can't help but notice, look at how,
Now, with respect to Ricky's truck, when you came out to speak,
the roof is
with your
unloaded
brother-
in front of that door.
Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The other door is shut.
The truck was parked.
People don't use
right
that
here.
front door.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that. Thank you. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on.
Got to get that longer view.
Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72?
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, could, using the way that you want to draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection sidebar, Your Honor.
All right. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Well, so this is not lining up with what Ryan Nagel had to say in the statement of facts, because he saw the car from the outside, and then as he drove by and left the dark SUV, where he saw the woman sitting in the driver's seat, hands at 10 and 2, staring straight forward, nobody in the passenger seat. So obviously the SUV was there the entire time that he was there in the truck. It was not gone when she came out of the house. I don't mind too much inconsistencies and details like this. I don't think it, is proof positive that somebody is lying or anything like that, but it just goes to show how unreliable eyewitness accounts are. You have however many people we're hearing from here, and they all have different recollections of things. And that's just one of the reasons why this strategy of the Commonwealth of calling absolutely everybody, it's just incomprehensible to me. You should know they're going to differ on the details, and that makes it hard to nail down what happened and what you're actually trying to prove here.
So again, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 72. You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to that second point. If I can ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. If I can have that up. And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you. That's all with this, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point after a couple of minutes come back inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you would mention that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that people left the house on that?
I'm not quite too sure, no.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Ms. Levenson and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure, no.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door. Where was it that you?
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path through the driveway to the car.
Yes.
Recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversations you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that, I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levenson was?
The side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levenson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned talking to you in relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next to you?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
Lally, Jesus.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levenson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And from where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much, but.
So the snow's coming down at that point?
Yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I would probably say close to the street, but in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now, I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 73. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask, the area where you saw this black object, can you see that area depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you're observing this.
A black blob, huh?
Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud. I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated drinking. So didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, "What, Julie?" And I was like, "I don't know what it was." And then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference to that. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can't wait to find out when the investigators first found that out from her. You know what's so weird? She's the one that in the statement of facts, they talked to Ryan Nagel, the brother.
If I could.
And they refer to her only as the sister, no name.
The object that you saw in that area, the flagpole.
She's the one that matters.
Can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long. But
and at the time that you're driving by, at that point, you could tell what it was.
Not quite sure. No, it was just too quick to tell.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Christina?
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there, yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early. You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do, yes.
And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5, 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th,
After
correct?
the indictment.
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levenson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last, 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levenson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15,
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'll let the answer stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levenson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levenson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct, yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Julie Albert?
I did not know.
Nicole Albert?
I did, yes.
Caitlyn Albert?
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there?
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before.
Whose home?
The McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
Their home.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control.
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog than Bailey, the McCabe's golden retriever, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
Sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers?
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood?
Correct, yes.
Talking?
Yes.
Drinking?
Yep.
Singing?
I don't remember.
Dancing?
Yeah.
And all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
Believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlyn Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car arrive for him.
I don't know.
And you never saw how he got home.
No.
Yeah,
Now,
she was
on
sitting
January
facing the
29th
window.
of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did
Why?
you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Ms. Tiemann.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you bring your own Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know. I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Where was it within the home?
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
That said that you wanted to stay longer.
If myself?
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you
So
learned that
smarmy.
Tom and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? Passenger seat?
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
To the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Dave's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, it's like that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different view, correct?
I did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it move?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right. And that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
And, when it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at
Marta.
a safe speed, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
It's a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had with your friend Ryan, and you could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
My friend or my brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. I did mean your brother Ryan. Thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention. At least one of us is.
Yeah.
So I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
You didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you call her, JJ, asked you for
Bouncing quite a bit now.
screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, the one that
That
nobody
door
obviously
faces-
uses.
Right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levenson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out?
Correct.
No.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
And Sarah Levenson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levenson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levenson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black log, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally?
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again,
Yeah,
right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
not necessarily, no.
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the stand today?
No,
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case,
Besides today.
no.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today.
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Moody.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No,
I'm sorry?
no.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
Okay, I thought we were talking
Got
about the
nervous
fact
there,
that
did
you
ya?
now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes,
Now, when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
at the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember.
And McCabe was involved in that conversation and would remember
And
that the next
You
morning?
didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that at what time, Mr.?
When you're leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No,
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct? Passing the property?
I was passing the property,
Not
yes.
as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levenson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said, no.
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No,
Did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, how is that
You didn't
not
ask
fair?
Matthew McCabe to stop.
No,
You didn't ask him to back up.
nope.
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow
No.
You had your phone with you, correct?
Yeah.
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Moore.
You had your friend Sarah Levenson with you, correct?
I did in the car, yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't tell your friend Sarah that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm done.
Go ahead.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
No.
The fact of the matter is you did nothing, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
Yes.
You were drunk, right?
Some would say, yeah.
You would say.
Yeah.
And you believe that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
No, I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer stand.
You have previously testified. I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the Canton police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
Not good.
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection, Your Honor.
that house saw
All
a
right.
body on that front.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. So jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know if we actually stand. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's a full day.
All rise to the court, please.
You guys, I don't know.
You can stand,
Okay,
Ms. Nagel, you can stand, and then when the last juror goes.
I can go. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Well, that didn't go well. I have even more questions now for Ms. Jennifer McCabe.
Now you're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See if they have
Yes.
anything to take up
Tori,
outside of the
I haven't
jury.
really looked at this yet. What time are you gonna do this? So you can come in and we'll do it right now if you want. Okay. If you
Your
don't
Honor.
want, we can-
Sorry, may we approach this as a
Sure.
scheduling thing?
Counsel, we're still on the case, so why don't you come on up?
We're going to do a sidebar. Wait and see if we get anything on the record. Oh, okay. So you saw a blob. You took screenshots of text messages that you didn't know if they were important or not at the time, but something after the fact triggered you to take screenshots of these messages. Jen McCabe asked you for them. We don't know if you still have them or not. You put 2 and 2 together the next day. Jen McCabe sure better have mentioned this. This is not making any sense at all because remember, Jen got called by Karen the next morning, freaking out about where's John. And she didn't put together 2 and 2 together and think, oh, that black blob out in front. Okay, maybe not, but certainly by the time they get to the house and right there at the point where this witness announces that she saw a black blob right there as you were driving by, you better have mentioned it at that point. But we didn't hear any of that from the first responders. And I would think you'd be telling the medical people on staff, he could have been out here since like 12:30 in the morning or 1:45 in the morning. Because this person saw a black blob when we were driving by and announced it to the whole car, and we didn't know what it was at the time. But now we know. Oof. Not looking good. Not looking good. Oh, and I mean, just the demeanor shift. Never a real super friendly witness, but boy, getting awful snotty with the defense there. Now, granted, yeah, he was kind of asking for some of that. It's the same sort of theme where you don't necessarily have to be aggressive with all of these witnesses. But Caitlyn handled that a lot better. She didn't get aggressive back. This witness decided to get combative, and then that just makes him look a little bit more justified with his rough treatment. Did not come across as likable as the Albert kids did. Oof. I just got to reiterate, this is so freaking sus because that's one of the things I called out like yesterday or the day or before or something like that in the statement of facts. They go through this detailed description of the interview with Ryan Nagel. And Ryan Nagel makes all these comments about his sister. And his sister is never named in the statement of facts. And now apparently she's the one that saw the blob. Why is she not in the statement of facts? She's being hidden. She's being hidden. Why is she being hidden? I don't know. Is it because these screenshots maybe mess up the time frame of everything that's going on? I don't know. I really don't know. Oof. That did not go well at all, guys. I'm still hung up on this issue with the snow and the amount of snow. because we clearly saw the photographs from the scene of the morning and heard all the description. They had to snow blow away, leaf blower, leaf blow away the snow layer by layer to try to recover samples of these blood droplets. So there is a lot of snow underneath John O'Keefe at the time. I cannot find this to be consistent with him being laying out there since 12:30-ish in the morning when there was only a dusting. It takes a while for the ground to freeze if it has not been, extremely cold for a while before that. It doesn't look like it was. People are out in their thin sweatshirts and stuff like that. And I think they had even mentioned it when they were leaving that by then it had started to get really cold. So it'll take some time for the ground. The ground is going to want to stay at the, approximate average temperature of the earth, which is 55 degrees. Takes a while for the surface to cool off. It's a big heat sink, all of the mass from the entire planet. So the snow doesn't stick right away if the ground isn't frozen. It takes a while. You're going to have ground that may not be frozen. You're going to have a human body that is warm, okay? If you get hit by a car, even if you died immediately, which he didn't, at least as far as we know, they're trying CPR and stuff on him. I don't know, but let's say he did. Let's say he died instantly at 12:30. His body, it's gonna take a while to cool. This is one of the things that the medical examiners will use to determine the time of death, because it's a fairly constant rate at which the body will lose temperature relative to the outside and start to get cold. So it's going to take a while for him to get cold. That's going to continue to melt any kind of snow that is underneath him. There is no way that he's thrown onto the grass with a minor dusting when it's just starting to get snow accumulation. And even if it kills him instantly, and somehow there's a massive amount of snow underneath him that has to be blown away to get to where his blood was. Not buying it. Not buying it. This time frame is not working at all. Really, the last thing that stood out to me about all of this today, going way back to Caitlyn Albert's cross-examination. What was that question about? Did you take Chloe with you? That was sure out of the blue. I had never heard anything like that suggesting that. I don't know. I don't know why we would be asking that question. I mean, normally you have to have some kind of factual basis, to ask a question. Does he have some reason to think she took Chloe with her? And what would that be? Was that mentioned in a text message? I don't know. I'm gonna have to wait and find that one out. Yeah, really not super pleased with what this witness brought. This was not helpful to the Commonwealth. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and go through some of these. I'm going to come back to where we had left off with that question about the corruption and my story. So I'll get to that at the end. Duncan, Idaho. So why do you think the Commonwealth is prosecuting her in the first place? Kind of seems like there are way more plausible avenues to explore as far as who wanted to / could have killed him, right? Well, I think they're in a situation where the options are kind of limited. The options are Karen killed him, somebody else at this house killed him, or some random person, happened to kill him, maybe driving by or something like that. And why would we be prosecuting Karen for this? I can see good faith arguments why, and I can see bad faith arguments why. Okay, good faith arguments why might be, well, if people were hearing her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that sounds like a confession. And so that would logically, put you as somebody to focus on as potentially the perpetrator. The thing is, with a good investigation, like frankly, any sort of scientific proposition, if you want to know something, the best position to approach it from is a position of skepticism, right? That's how the scientific method works. You look to see if you can falsify a proposition. And so it's kind of a process of elimination of what you don't know to be able to get to what you do. You start from a position of, I don't know if this is true, but if so much of this evidence converges to be able to show me if it is, then I'm going to go ahead and accept that proposition. That's a basic scientific approach from my perspective. But what happens a lot in these investigations is, they're not coming at it from a standpoint of, can I disprove the hypothesis that Karen Read did it? You're coming at it from the tunnel vision, looking for confirmation bias. I already think she did, and so I'm going to be looking for stuff to see if I can confirm it. And so then you're going to be looking at things like, did they have an argument in Aruba? You're going to be looking at things like, is there some damage on her car that can't be accounted for by any other explanation, but that she hit John O'Keefe? You're going to be looking at, are there witnesses? Is there surveillance? Is there other kind of evidence that I can use to corroborate that perspective? So I can see, again, just saying good faith explanation where they have this statement, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, and got tunnel vision. And so, focused on these things that maybe aren't the strongest, but they do tend to confirm that hypothesis that, yeah, she's the one who did it. So we're just going to go ahead and focus on that and go forward with it. We're not going to focus on the reasons to think she did it or she didn't do it, because that's not going to be, that's not going to be consistent. The fact that none of these people saw him at the right time, the fact that there should not be this much snow under his body. I'm still wondering, where is all the blood? He had a massive gash to the back of his head that is going to bleed profusely. That is not what we saw in these few little droplets on the front lawn in the snow. They're not going to focus on those things. They're going to put those aside because their tunnel vision is, we're confirming that Karen Read is guilty. It's possible this is just because, unfortunately, police can do that sometimes. They want to close the case. They want to solve it. They don't want to be hassled with having to rule out all the alternatives. They just find the best option and go with that. Or the alternative is not so good faith. It's a little bit more nefarious. It's because we don't want to have to look at these other people and what circumstances are present that might lead us to think that perhaps they know a little bit more than they should. Perhaps they were being sketch, acting in consciousness of guilt kinds of ways that, in other circumstances, we would point out. If Karen Read was deleting text messages and Google searches and things like that about what would happen, I guarantee you would be hearing about that on the stand and about how, she was trying to hide something. But they chose not to focus on that in this particular situation because it didn't corroborate their hypothesis that it was Karen Read. So those are really the alternatives I see. It could be good faith. It could be bad faith. We don't know. But, it's not looking good for them at this point in terms of how they went about this process of choosing to focus on her and ignoring all of this other stuff. And I just want to emphasize again, because this has come up so many times, the allegation that, well, this, all these people would have to be involved in this conspiracy. That's not how it works. You don't have to knowingly be involved in a conspiracy to be biased in favor or against certain people involved in the investigation. And when you are biased, you are going to ignore and deny and make excuses for the stuff that you don't want to acknowledge. And you're going to fluff up and cherry pick things that you can, identify and highlight as being particularly significant if they confirm what you already want to believe. So, fighting in Aruba weeks before, this just, to me, this is the motive. I mean, this is the motive. We saw them at the bar. We saw them going out. Nothing here looks bad to me. So I wish I had an answer for you. Why are they prosecuting her in the first place? I just really don't know. Duncan, Idaho, just seems like a deliberate blind eye was turned from thoroughly investigating all the cops crawling all over the place before/during the event. Yeah, I agree. And whether that's because specifically we don't want to know, we want to be willfully blind so we don't have to address that, which is going to get to my story I have to tell you, or whether it was just something unconscious, not something explicitly like we're going to avoid it, but just we are so naturally biased to think it's more likely that Karen Reed did this than that any of these other people did it, that's what we're going to focus on. Tim Harris, both sides seem to agree it was either A or B. A equals Karen, B equals someone in the house. But if Karen is let off, no one else will be indicted. Doesn't this point to a logical fallacy in the judicial system? Well, yeah, this goes again to the motives involved in investigating and prosecuting cases and that tendency for tunnel vision. Once they've locked in on a target, it's really, really, really hard to get to the police to change their minds. I mean, you need pretty rock solid crystal stuff to get out of that box that they've put you in. I've mentioned in other contexts the Lucas Anderson case, the one involving the trace DNA. This guy's DNA is found under the fingernails of a dead person. And it's, such seemingly good evidence that even he is not sure. He thinks maybe it's possible he did this crime, this brutal home invasion, robbery, murder crime. But as it turns out, he's got a rock solid alibi he didn't even know about because he's so drunk. He got picked up by paramedics and taken to the hospital. And there's hospital records showing, no, he's in the hospital the entire night when this murder is taking place. And so the whole question became, well, then how did his DNA get under the fingernails of this dead guy? It was a secondary transfer case. The paramedics who came and picked him up then later on that night went over to the house to treat and recover the dead man, and there was some kind of transfer that happened at that point in time. Different theories for what it was. The best explanation that I heard was they have that fingertip monitor, that you use to check people's vitals, and so potentially had it on his fingertip, had it on the dead person's fingertip, and was able to transfer it that way. You know how hard it is to convince the police to look at something like that. That's what you need. You need something rock solid, like medical records that corroborate beyond a doubt that you were not there. And not to go too far afield, but that's why we're going to have so much problems with in the Brian Kohberger case. If in fact he didn't do it, if in fact there are issues with the location data, if he can be placed somewhere else or his phone can be placed somewhere else, because even if all of this stuff can be established, they're still going to have that DNA, that trace DNA that they found on the knife sheath. And they're going to hang their head on that must mean that Brian Kohberger had some kind of contact with the knife sheath. And so whatever kind of explanation we have to come up with for how his car was in a different place from his phone, how he saran wrapped his car so there was no transfer of victim blood or DNA or anything like that into his vehicle after committing this extremely gruesome, bloody murder. All of these inconsistencies, how he even picked these people out and decided to do this when he apparently had no connections with them at all. They're going to come up with explanations for all of that stuff that we can just imagine. As long as it's consistent with the laws of physics, you can imagine pretty much anything, no matter how improbable, that can fit the scenario that you want it to fit. So it doesn't matter if they're going to be able to come up with rock solid stuff to show he was somewhere else. They're still going to, they're still going to hang their hat on, well, that DNA means he must have been there at the scene. And that's why I think the likelihood of that case being dismissed before trial is, pretty much close to zero. Once they have focused in on you, you almost never get out of that box. And so we go through this trial and Karen Read gets acquitted. I can just about guarantee you the response to that, the outcome of that in the police and in the prosecutors' minds, the jury got it wrong. They're going to be thinking to themselves, not, well, maybe, we didn't actually have a whole lot of evidence of this, and maybe there is good reason to think somebody else did it. No, that's not how it's going to work. It never is how it's going to work. That's not how it's worked with the West Memphis 3. If you've been following any of that, the West Memphis 3, old case that's been going on for decades. It was part of the Paradise Lost, one of the best true crime documentaries, one of the earliest and kind of first that really got the genre going, following the conviction of these 3 kids from West Memphis, Arkansas, who got convicted, and Damian Nichols was sentenced to death for the murders of these 3 young boys. They've been fighting this for years, and back in like the early 2000s, some of this evidence that had been used at their trial that supposedly pinned them to the crime, they were able to test it for DNA, and DNA comes up, it's not them, it's somebody else. Well, your case for your connection between these people has now completely fallen apart. And yet here we are 20 years later, after they figured that out. And the state is still maintaining, well, these guys did it. We're not going to look at anybody else. We don't want to test this DNA against other people to follow these other leads. Why would you not want to solve that? Why would you not want to solve this crime? It's because it's already set in their minds. They're the ones who did it. The jury got it wrong, court got it wrong, whatever. Everybody else is wrong but them, just like all the reports here are wrong. The Celebrite reports are wrong. The police and the prosecutors, they never get it wrong. They only get it right. So I don't know if that's a logical fallacy in the judicial system, or if that's just, I don't know, a human nature thing. I don't know if it's just an attitude that maybe needs a little bit correction. It's a very arrogant position to assume that, you know everything. You figured it out to such an extent that there's no point in exploring other alternatives. But that's what it is, and that's how it works, and that's absolutely how I would expect it to happen in this case. They will tell themselves, jury got it wrong. Karen Read still did it, even though she wasn't convicted, and we're not going to go to any effort to look for any other perpetrator. Jason Sorensen, if I'm on the jury, the sheer amount of objections by the state makes me wonder what they are hiding. Also, the weird stuff the witness won't answer. I'm not sure if this is going back to Tristan Morris. Yeah, I defer to you guys on kind of the effect that the objections are likely to have on the jury. It's one of those things that from the lawyer's perspective, it's a little bit hard for me to gauge. There's all kinds of different strategies for objecting or not objecting. If it's really critical, yeah, I'm definitely going to object. If it's a little thing, maybe not. I think a lot of these objections are getting sustained on the form of the question. When Mr. Yannetti is coming in and he's really hammering these witnesses and he's asking them questions that can be a little on the snide side. that's what Judge Bev is taking issue with. She doesn't like the form of those types of questions. She wants it to be less loaded and a little bit more, I guess, fair, a little bit more objective. So I can certainly see how for Lally to be objecting during those kinds of lines of questioning, it's because he's trying to protect the witness. He's trying to come off to the jury as, this treatment is unfair. The judge is agreeing with me. They're not allowing this to go on. And especially because then when Mr. Yannetti does rephrase his question and state it a little bit differently, a lot of the time the question is allowed to go forward. The weird stuff the witness won't answer, though. I mean, to me, yeah, this is coming back to you won't even say you won't even give like a multi-hour ballpark estimate of when you left the waterfall. When your girlfriend texts you to come pick her up at the morning, even you've been asleep, you wake up in the middle of the night because your phone goes off. Isn't the first thing you're going to see on the phone what time it is? I mean, maybe you don't have a real specific memory. Yeah, it was 1:52 or whatever. Certainly wasn't 12:10. But you're going to have some type of time frame because you're going to be able to place it in reference to other events of that night. So I had been able to go to sleep. What did I do when I get home? Was it dark when I got home? Maybe I watched TV for a little bit. I dozed off in bed. Then I woke up out of a sleep. So you're going to be able to narrow it down at least somewhat. And so refusing to do that, it just makes you look like, you don't, there's something about that information that you don't want to get out. Got a couple questions here I noted. Nova, why do they need to ask to approach just to get a paper? That's how Judge Bev wants it. This is one of the formalities that she laid down at the pretrial hearing. Courts have more or less formality about approaching the witness. Some of them want you to ask every time you step out of the well, as they say, the area like basically right in front of your table or at the podium. Some of them are a lot more flexible. It just really depends on the judge. Judge Cannoni wants it very formal. So nobody is going to be walking up with the witnesses without asking her to do that. She hasn't denied it yet. And, very rare that court is going to say, no, you may not approach the witness with whatever it is that you're trying to show them. So it's kind of silly in that respect. It's always going to be allowed. But I don't know, maybe it's just to prevent some kind of like menacing approach or something. I mean, not that I expect that, but she wants it formal. So that's why we're doing it that way. And then this one from Design Rhythm. Andrea Burkhardt, is this the smallest, most cramped courtroom you've ever seen? Yeah, it is. This is the smallest, most cramped courtroom I've ever seen. Ever since I saw this question, I've been racking my brain to go through the other courtrooms that I've been through. And I've been through a lot. Like, again, I'm a little bit nerdy. I like to kind of do some legal tourism when I go places. I like to see where their courts are. I like to see, what things look at, all these different styles. And in my area over here, we have quite a few places where we have these old school courthouses, dating back to like the late 1800s, early 1900s, stuff like that. This one courthouse where I practiced for a few years, I had a public defense contract there. It's in Columbia County, which is Dayton, Washington, a small town of like 3,000, 4,000 people, something in that ballpark. They have this old school courthouse that they've restored. It's quite beautiful. The remarkable thing about it is that the jail is located underneath the courthouse. And what it is it's the brig from an old iron ship that somebody went in with like a, welding torch, cut it out of the ship. They hauled it over to Dayton, buried it in the ground, and built a courthouse on top of it. And that's the jail. And so it was, always kind of interesting down there because it's so old school. I mean, like literally the old stacks of locks and the keys that are like that big. It was really a whole throwback scene. The whole place was just cold and damp, very, very unpleasant. Anyway, I'm real into stuff like that. So I notice things like that. And I like to see, is it an old courthouse? Is it one of these like brutalist places that's just so hostile, like to anybody that's not there? Is it one of these 70s places that just looks neglected? Like you don't have pride in your justice system. It's just a place with like flickering fluorescent lights and, the ceiling tiles kind of falling down through the ceiling and crumbling. I notice these things. They matter to me. I've never seen a smaller and more cramped courtroom than this one that they are conducting this trial in. From the Chungi Show live, do we know grand jury investigation ongoing or no? So this, I believe, is talking about the federal grand jury investigation. And we know very little about that. Pretty much what we do know is based on some letters that the DA of Norfolk County, Michael Morrissey, has sent to the Office of Professional Responsibility of the Department of Justice. They're the ones that basically oversee claims of ethical issues involving their investigators, their attorneys, and stuff like that. It's like their internal affairs for the Department of Justice. So he has written them several letters kind of complaining about this investigation. And in fact, maybe I'm going to try to hunt more of them down, maybe in one of these future streams. That's what we can talk about during the break. I can try to get those letters and we can look at them. But so the bottom line is that a lot of what we know about this is very opaque. We don't know specifically who the target is. We don't know who they're investigating. We don't really know what's going on. I don't know that we know if any indictments have been returned as part of this process. That would, tend to suggest it's ongoing. But it is also possible that it concluded and the grand jury, refused to indict anybody. So I just don't know that we have a whole lot of information about that at this point in time. With respect to that black SUV, where was that black SUV? The with respect to's, they drive me nuts. I really can't stand them. It's my least favorite of the verbal tics of Mr. Lally. I can look past the what if anything. I can even look past the sort ofs, although that one grates on me a lot because facts need to be precise, and especially in a case where details matter. You shouldn't be talking about sort of this, sort of that. You need to be specific. But the with respect to, it's just such a throat clearer that signals to me he doesn't know what he's talking about or where he's going. He needs to take a moment to identify, like, what is the subject of my next question, and then think of what the question is. He doesn't have a train of thought of where have I started, where have I gotten, where am I going. He's just gotta identify that, okay, with respect to the SUV, now he knows what to ask. I find it so off-putting. It seems so disorganized. It seems just unprepared. I don't know. Maybe that's me being extremely nitpicky, but I just can't stand it. I saw this one come through and had to highlight it. Rashomon, on and on. Yeah, I agree, Richard W. This is Rashomon and on and on. The Rashomon is a classic Japanese movie. If you guys check it out, it's pretty cool. But it's just this version of how everybody involved in an incident will have different memories of what happened and how it went down. And so the movie is showing an incident in the woods from the perspective of all these different people involved. There was a movie I watched, and now I'm spacing on the name, but it's maybe 5 or so years old. Was it The Last Night or something like that? Anyway, it had the Boston guy, not Ben Affleck, but the other one, his friend. God, somebody in the chat help me. I'm terrible with names. I really am awful. And the other guy, who was named Adam Driver. I can remember Adam Driver's name. Matt Damon. Yes, thank you. The Last Duel. Matt Damon. Very similar theme. It's a story of basically Matt Damon's wife being raped, and it's the recollection of this event from the point of view of Matt Damon, the wife, and the alleged rapist. So very common theme. You expect that kind of thing. Like I said, anytime you have more than one witness to an incident, there's a pretty decent chance they're not going to remember the details identically. And that's why it's all the more peculiar to me that the Commonwealth is calling all of these people to tell the jury inconsistent stories about January 28th to January 29th of 2022. It's just making it hard for the jury to know what are we supposed to be looking at as established here. There's just so many conflicts, hard to get to reasonable doubt when the Commonwealth's own case is telling you there's 50 or so different versions of how this happened. Mad World, a nerd that we embraced for the honest view you give. Thank you, Andrea. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's great to hear. I do try to share you my honest view. I've been down this road. I've been in these trenches. I've seen this kind of stuff unfold. And so that's all I'm trying to help you guys with, is just see my perspective. It's not, definitive, like I've said. It's just mine. But if you guys find that helpful, that really makes me feel good. So I'm glad that you enjoy that. All right, let's come back to here. I wonder if Andrea has ever had to prove corruption by the state in her cases. Her insight would be helpful. So I've never had to deal with corruption on this type of level, where you have seemingly all of this coordination and stuff like that going on. But corruption in the sense of bad cops who lie, cops who want to hide things or fabricate things or things like that to be able to get convictions. Yeah, you see that. I don't want to say all the time, but certainly not infrequently. The first time I remember seeing something like that, just really crystal clear, this was not my own case. This was when I was still a baby lawyer in misdemeanor court doing like DUIs and things like that. And another girl in my office had a DUI case that was going to trial. So I'm there to watch, just to see how she's doing and stuff. So the morning of trial, the prosecutor produces a body cam or dash cam video or something like that. Hasn't been produced before. And so the reason this became significant is because my friend, this other attorney, was bringing a motion to basically throw out the case at this point in time for misconduct, because once you sit down and watch that video, you're seeing the officer who responds, the initial officer who responded to the scene. He's pulled the woman over. He's talking to her. She seems fine. She's doing the field sobriety test. She seems okay. And you hear the officer say loud and clear on the screen as other people are coming up, well, she's not drunk. And so, yeah, you think there's a reason why they didn't turn that over, why they didn't mention that, because it's the second officer who shows up, who basically goes back through the process again, goes and talks to her some more, and sort of convinces everybody, I guess at this point, that it's worth bringing her in. So, just a situation where the state is hiding something that is clearly damaging to their case, and to that extent that the police are kind of willing to go along with it. This initial officer obviously didn't think she was drunk. He was willing to get overruled by this other officer and arrest a woman and take her to jail and press charges and stuff. notwithstanding that. And then the prosecutor is willing to hold that video until the last moment. I don't know, maybe thinking that she wasn't going to have time to look at it. He didn't know this lawyer, okay, because she was not going to let any stone go unturned. Very, very much a go-getter. So yeah, she caught it, and she caught it pretty much right away. The other story that I have that's me personally, this is a case I had where this is years ago. It's before we have legal marijuana in Washington state now. We have for so many years now. It seems weird to think back on when we didn't, but it was back before marijuana was legal. We had medical marijuana at that point, but not, general all marijuana. And my client was arrested for having 4 plants, I think, in his backyard. And the story was that the detective just happened to be driving by in the alley in his truck, and he sees over the fence plants that he recognizes to be pot plants. So he stops his car and he goes and he looks and he looks over the fence, which is just, it's just open, and he sees them. And so based on that, he goes and gets a search warrant. They come in, they seize the plants, they prosecute my client. Manufacturing marijuana is a pretty serious felony in Washington. It's a Class B felony. You're looking at a fair amount of time for something like that. So this is a pretty serious case. Well, I decide, as I often do, I should go take a look at the scene. It was one of those things that sometimes you don't do, a lot of people don't do for like a small petty case or something like that. But this one, just given how it all unfolded, I'm like, I need to see how this went down. So I drive over there, and at this point in time, I'm driving I have a pickup truck. It's not like a huge pickup truck. It's one of the little Mazda pickup trucks. I loved that truck, by the way. It was such a great vehicle. So it's not like the highest thing ever, but it had, had oversized tires a little bit. It sits up a little high. I'm definitely further off the ground than a little, little patrol car or something like that. I'm up there with like the rest of the SUVs and everything. And I drive by and I see this is a 6-foot fence. There's no way I'm seeing over this fence from just driving in my car. And so I get out, and I'm a pretty tall girl. I'm 5'10". But the, fence is clearly taller than me. There is no way that I am seeing over this fence unless I am like boosting myself up to be able to see over. So in the state of Washington, you don't get to improve your perspective like this in order to peer into a private area. You basically have to take the conditions as you find them. So you don't get to have your suspicion, go climb on the neighbor's roof, peek into the backyard, and then say, "Oh, it was there in plain view." That's going to be basically a subterfuge. Like it's not going to work. If you're legitimately there for another reason and you happen to see it, okay, but not, I got suspicious and I looked over, I improved my position. So I can see right away, there's no way, there's no way that this happened the way that the police officer reported that it did. So I take some pictures and I give these to the prosecuting attorney, and I file my motion to suppress. So we have the officer then come in on the stand to testify about what happened and how all this went down. And his testimony is that when this happened about a year or so before, it was a different fence. It was a lower fence. It was a fence that he was able to walk by and see, have no problem at all being able to see over. My client is telling me this is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. It's not the same fence. But the judge decides we're going to go ahead and take a site visit out here. Okay, we're going to drive over down this alley to look at the guy's fence. And the judge looks over the fence and he decides this looks like a new fence. It's a newer fence. It's a wood fence. It doesn't have a lot of weathering and, stuff like that. It looks like it could be a new fence. So he's buying this story that the detective is selling him. Well, my client gets in touch with his sister. His sister had come to visit him right around the time, like the week before this officer supposedly went walking or driving down the alley and saw the pot plants. And lo and behold, she's got photographs of them in her backyard and photographs of the fence, and it is the same damn 6-foot fence. So now I take this to the prosecuting attorney, and now the prosecuting attorney, what does he do? He dismisses the case, which is good, great for my client. I appreciate that. But what he does not do is give me an opportunity to pin down that officer on the stand as a liar, because that's going to be a problem for, any future prosecution involving this particular police officer. It's going to be a Brady issue, right? You're going to have to disclose. If I got a court saying, this didn't happen the way you said it did, then that's going to be an issue for him. And they didn't want that. They didn't want that. They wanted to knowingly keep a lying detective on their police force to be able to give evidence against other people in criminal cases. So that's the kind of corruption that I've seen and that I am used to dealing with, that from my perspective is not particularly unusual. There's all kinds of corruption in different ways. Oh boy, just thought of another one. When I was working in Walla Walla, this stuff, there might even be news reports on this stuff. This was not my case. This was just something that I knew about from the community. There's a city right next to Walla Walla adjoining it called College Place. And the chief of police of College Place, his wife was somebody in the Walla Walla County Jail. I don't remember exactly what her job title was. But it turned out that she had stolen a massive amount of money, like somewhere in the $70,000 to $100,000 range, something in that ballpark. She had stolen all of this money from the inmate books, right? So inmates got their commissary. They've got things that you got to pay for phone calls. You got to pay these outrageous arm and leg rates to be able to make phone calls from the jail. So very commonly, family, whoever outside goes, you put money on your books and it runs through whatever system that they use. There's some very common ones that are common, Intel, Securus. I forget what some of the other ones are. But anyway, she was the one who basically operated that system. And so she was going in and taking these massive amounts of money. She ended up being investigated by the feds, prosecuted, convicted, pleaded guilty. But the weird thing is that none of that ever came back on the husband, on the chief of police of the adjoining city, who I guess we're just led to believe he didn't notice $70,000 to $100,000 just randomly showing up in his bank accounts, things being purchased with this money that he didn't know, what it was. Not impossible. He was entirely innocent, and that, she hid it from him as much as she hid it from everybody else. I personally just find it a little bit hard to believe. People will always make excuses for the people that they ally themselves with, the people in your in-group. We talked about this before. White hat, black hat. I'm a good guy. You're a bad guy. My friends are good guys. Your friends are bad guys. If this person is my friend, then they must be a good guy. They can't possibly be a bad guy because I'm not friends with bad guys. And that's how these groups tend to work. When you have a group like law enforcement, members of the same department, same unit and stuff like that, that's how the bad ones hide. I've said before, I personally believe most cops are pretty all right. They're not bad people. They're not there trying to, be unjust. I mean, I think a lot of them really are helper types. It's a shit job. Okay. Being a police officer, they deal with a lot of unpleasant stuff, but, yeah, there's bad eggs that get attracted to the job. And the question is always, well, how are they able to get away with it? How are they able to fly under the radar? Why isn't anybody calling them out? And this is why, because we're on the same team. So you must be okay. Either the stuff you're doing isn't really all that bad, or there's an explanation for why you're doing this bad stuff, or you had some excuse that I'm willing to accept because, even though you did this bad thing, you're still really a good guy deep down. And that's just how it is. I think that's a lot of how this corruption type of stuff manifests. It's not intentional. We're in some kind of conspiracy, not to say that doesn't happen, but just I think that's pretty rare. The more run-of-the-mill stuff is just the standard in-group, out-group organization and the way the psychology works with that. That's just that's just kind of how people are. So we got one more thing here. Equality became a YouTube member. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for supporting the channel. I definitely appreciate all of that. Well, don't know that we're going to have a whole lot of cross to finish with tomorrow, but I am definitely getting intrigued because we seem to be going through now the people who were leaving, the people who saw what was outside. So who else should we be getting? Well, we should get Ryan Nagel. We know he was interviewed. He was there in the statement of facts, talking about his sister who's unnamed and doesn't get mentioned, even though apparently she sees this blob, and his recollection in the statement of facts is different from hers. He does see this SUV. It's not gone by the time she comes out. He's watching it, and they actually drive by it when they leave so that he is able to observe the female in the car. I think he's probably going to be on the list. Who else was leaving at this time? Are we going to hear from Colin Albert? Maybe, I don't know. We're about due to hear from the McCabe's. I think the McCabe's have got to be coming up pretty quick here. So maybe tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. I mentioned to you guys yesterday, and I do want to confirm, I'm not going to be here on my own channel tomorrow. I'm going to be going on with Defense Diaries. That's Bob and Ali Lamada. Great channel that they have, great lawyers. I've never been on their channel before. So being able to have that, panel kind of interaction, that's going to be a lot of fun for me. I always sort of like that, just having the different perspectives to be able to bounce around. So that's where, if you want to follow my commentary, that's where I'm going to be tomorrow on the Defense Diaries channel. I'll post the link up there on my Twitter, up on my X, and I can possibly put something in the community notes on YouTube as well. So as soon as I get the link, I'll share that. But then I will plan to be back here bright and early, 5:45 on Thursday. So we can go ahead and just follow this thing through. I really didn't anticipate that I was going to be streaming this entire trial or even necessarily following it live the whole time. But I admit I'm sucked into it now. I'm fascinated. I can't wait to see if there's ever going to be a case here. Are we ever going to get to something technical? The one of the big criticisms I have with the way that the Commonwealth is putting on their case is just kind of the order of events here. If they have, as ADA Lally told us they're going to have in the opening statement, they're going to have proof that her car accelerated at however many miles an hour, and they're going to have proof that the relationship got bad because the kids are going to come in and tell us about how bad the relationship was. And they're going to have proof of the broken taillight and all that type of thing. They're going to have proof of DNA and hair and all that type of stuff. I don't know why you don't lead with that, because then if you can convince the jury first and early, you can at least anchor them to this position that there is a reason to believe Karen Read did this. There is a good reason to believe Karen Read did this because there's this objective evidence that Karen Read did this. Then the jury is going to be looking at these shady witnesses, okay, a lot more generously. instead of the way we're having it now, where we're leading with all of these this shady stuff. It's just causing the jury, I think, to look side-eye at what the Commonwealth is doing here. What is your case? What is your proof? Why are these people so sketchy? If they're anchored in suspicion, they're going to carry that over to your strong evidence as well. They're going to be less likely to buy that just because a hair, on the bumper is consistent with John O'Keefe, that means it is in fact John O'Keefe's hair, and that means that it did in fact, end up there during this accident that they're describing, this collision where she backs into him. The order of events here is really baffling. I don't think Lally has a good understanding of just the psychology kind of how people work, how you get anchored to positions early, and then it gets hard to move you off that once your initial impressions are set. So I think he's made a big mistake here getting the initial impressions set on this perspective of, why do all these Albert people act so shady? And it's only going to get worse as we get into Jen McCabe and the deleting the messages. It was bad today with the screenshots. Why are you screenshotting your text, giving it to Jen McCabe? Why are you telling Jen McCabe you see a blob on the lawn, and then she apparently doesn't mention that to anybody when they're there in that same spot the next morning, giving emergency treatment to John O'Keefe? You don't mention he'd maybe been there since, 1:45 the night before. None of this is looking good. And that's what the jury is going to be anchored on. None of this looks good. And I think that's going to carry over then to their view of, frankly, anything good that the Commonwealth has in this case. But we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? So, yeah, guys. Going to go ahead and wrap it up. I'll hopefully see some of you over at Defense Diaries tomorrow, and see what kind of spicy day we get. Fingers crossed we're going to get Jen McCabe. I don't know. We'll see, like I said. So thanks for spending this morning session here with me today, and I'll look forward to catching you the next time we go ahead. Oh, sorry, there's my old dog is shifting here. That's my curtain call right there. It's time. Thanks, guys, and I will look forward to seeing you next time.